Welcome, welcome, welcome. Holy crap, that main theme is incredible. All I did was just look for the Fontaine main theme, and that's what appeared in my eardrums. Hello, welcome, everyone. Rare Sunday stream. Hello, Monday, Rainbows, Halcyon Jobster, Soth, Nightwalker, Noah, I almost called you Noah the Chad. Noah the Chad, hell yeah. Welcome, Kasumi, Baby Girl, Palaguin, Caribou Feet, thanks for the first time chat, and the follow, as well. You followed yesterday, I saw that on my little thing here. My mini feed in OBS. Hello. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Fabricio, Yuna, Tundra, Cabrilla. Hi, everyone. And Yuri Sithar, thank you for getting us to 750. Thank you for the follow, and thank you for getting us over to 750 followers on Twitch. Oh. Hello, everyone. My gosh, so many people. Yuri, Kawhi, Timothy, what is up? What is going to happen? Oh my gosh, you're the 777th YouTube subscriber. Holy crap, well, welcome. My goodness. And now we're at what, 2.1K? Something like that, 2.2K, I think. My gosh. I think we're gonna finish Act 1 today. I think maybe that's what we're gonna do. Making a decision. We're finishing Act 1 today. I know there's like hours left of it, but Sunday is a day where I don't have a lot going on, frankly. So, yeah. Let's hop in real quick. Boop. I brought my radish back out. Just a little bit ago, one of our friends here, Rita, hopped in because they needed Lanyan mat materials, and while they were up in Chenyu Vale, they were like, "Hey, you got a chest here," and that you hadn't gotten yet. I'm like, "Oh, thanks." So I went over here and I was like, "Oh, it's one of these chests. It's one of those chests where you have to move the flower around and light up all the flowers with the flower." But it was one that required a little bit of like a moving around and stuff. Like you had to use the fish portals and light up all the stuff while the flower is on your person. And it took me way longer than I think was it should have. But got that one. So thanks, Rita. Carbon, thanks for the first time chat. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. I don't know if there was any housekeeping to do necessarily, other than Arla housekeeping. Homegirl is at 70, and her weapon is at 49, and her talents are 653. So she's getting up there. Also, when she's on a team, I always pair her with either Bennett or Shangling. And so when she's in that team, she's above 2,000 damage right now. Who's your guys' highest unbuffed damage dealer? Like without having no Yunjin, no Bennett, no Resonance. Just who's the hardest raw damage for you guys? Mabuika, Raiden, Yula. Oh, Kanich, that's interesting. Arle, Nuvalet, with his water cannon. I remember doing his demo, and I was like, this is a fire hose. This is like Emily, interesting. Huh. Yoimiya. Because I have a lot of people like I've tried building Beto as a DPS Beto. She shines really well. She can do really good damage in team comps, but by herself, she's pretty weak actually. I would need to rethink her her artifacts. Wait, why do you? Oh, I swapped one of your emblem sets for someone else, and I can't remember who. Potentially it was Xiangling. Who did I give your emblem to? Shogun? Maybe. Weird. Maybe, well, okay, that's why she wasn't doing as much damage, because she only has a 2-piece of emblem right now. I'm gonna have to rethink my bit, because I want to build DPS Beto.
Staring into my eyes is
I know, Arle. All right, irrational. My Archon team. I'm gonna run my Archons today. And Yelan. Archons plus Yelan. Look at this dog staring at me. Archons plus Yelan. Yelan, the Hydro Archon. Okay, we need to take this line over here to get over here. Because we could just teleport over. I want to go there, not that way, though. That's not... The Clementine line is the one that goes to and from the port down south. Down south? The Clementine line's the one that goes down south. So that's not the one that we... Armpit Archon? What the... Navia line. Okay, gotcha. Is the music crazy loud right now? Like, is like the audio crazy loud, or is it just my headphones? Oh, never mind. It was my headphones. Never mind. It was my headphones. Audio should be like normal. I like sitting before I wait for the aquabus. Oh, wrong bus. I would need to call the lift. The lift is coming to the current floor. Look how small Nahida is. She's 1 bulletin board tall. She's not even 1 bulletin board tall. She's 85% of 1 bulletin board tall. Navia, you said? Navia line. Oh, that was quick. It was just up here. I haven't been up here to the Navia line yet.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine.
Who's talking? Oh my gosh, is she so short she can't even inspect whatever there is to investigate here? Oh wait, no, Drongli can't either. Why is that so high up? Fodder artifacts. It's the voices in your head, obviously. Elfine, Elfane, Elfine, Elfine, Elfane. Don't talk to Aval about the squirrel that jumped off 2 of her rides. How do you do? When does the immediately? Look at Nahida sitting!
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan.
Elfan.
The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the Steambird. Though I don't read it myself.
Oh, Charlotte's paper. Not Charlotte's paper, but the paper Charlotte works for.
The destination of the current tour is Erinias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclus. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky.
Oh, that's what that is?
Long turned new sightseeing opportunity.
That's what Minecraft World is?
It truly is a wondrous thing.
Most enthusiastic tour guide ever. She said, when she said that we're going to Arenia, I thought for some reason.
Our final destination. Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Will she also clap for me when I do my attacks? Nope, but she'll just watch. Oh wait, I want to say about. Oh wait, I want to say bye to her. Mitten hands. See ya. See ya. Oh jeez. She said we were heading to Arenias, and my smooth brain heard we're heading. I don't know what I heard. Something about my ass. Oh, I didn't mean to. Sorry, I called you back for 1 wheat. Aaron the ass. That's. I think that's what I heard. Because she said that, and I was like, "What? What are we? That's not Rainbow Road." I need more. I also did remember when I was farming them in my own. Oh, that's Sorash. When I was farming them in my own world, I did remember to equip the seed thing. So now I've got 45 seeds as well, so I can grow them in my teapot. Sorash came out and she was like, "Are we gonna do my quest yet?" No. Oh, okay. goes back into Paimon's mirror dimension. Ooh, look at the water here. So clear. The water in Fontaine is so different. Obviously. Ooh, there's also puzzles and stuff. There's puzzles and stuff everywhere. Okay. Sorry. I'm just very excited. Carstone tablet. I'm just very excited to be playing today. Statue right up there. Would it be smart to grab the statue before I head to the quest? Sure. Okay. I'll do it. Someone also said Fountain can trigger a world quest, maybe. So maybe I don't talk to that statue right now. Don't talk to the fountain. Whoa. Jellyfish. Homogeneous hat jellyfish, an extremely elastic Fontainian creature that can suck in and launch characters into the air. It's said to be the final evolutionary form of the hatfish. Hat jellyfish. The energy of the xenochromatic ball octopus can sometimes be used to move them to other... Huh. Ah! It absorbed me. Bloop. Fun. Jumpy jelly. Jumpy Dumpty. Statue. Weeping Willow of Lake. Weeping Willow of the Lake. So much to explore. Do I have anything? Oh, I do. I have one. Alright. There's 2 more nearby, and I only need 2 more. Are they easy to get? Not necessarily. Okay, let's go to the quest. Oh, the one I just got. Right. The one that I got 4 seconds ago. Oh my gosh, it's a dog. Oh, I need to track that quest, by the way. Boop, boop. Nahida looking for Hydrakia's plant, looking for water. This is fun music. What the? Walk backwards into the Homer Simpson. Everyone here has such good grip. Even the dogs. Oh my gosh, bro, look at this place. Oh, and there's actually a viewpoint right here. Yeah, because they know. This reminds me of the Bellagio in Vegas. Right, that's the one with the fountain show. Look at all these birds I can murder. Look at all these birds I can murder.
Now this is fancy. The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance. No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
You realize who the publisher of this game is that you live in, right? Not to rain on your parade, but
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
oh, he's getting Ruka flashbacks. He's like, no, not again, please.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
Did you just say something? Did that sound like Paimon either? Rainbow Rose right there.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Strange. Whose voice was that just now and why?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine.
Hi, Lynette.
All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for
Oh, really?
newlyweds
Huh.
to come here and wish for children.
Lynette, you scared Paimon. When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
By the way, I seemed to hear a faint voice just now. It's happened before.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
The voice was coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
Weird.
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Cat just changes the subject of the... just turns on a dime.
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions.
Is this a fountain of tears?
Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges.
Huh.
Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
It's an interesting explanation. It's a cool piece of lore. It's a cool piece of like that like eventually the water from your tears will evaporate into the air and then fall here, or go into the soil and eventually fall here.
So, what did the voice say?
Law of conservation of tears. It seemed to be calling out someone's name.
Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
Offerings to the Fountain of Lucine. Offer the Hydro sigils! You know, that's a really good question, because this is not Earth, this is Tevat. Where do we come from? Are we native? Fountain. It's a tree! Water tree! Oh my gosh, the framing on... these are pipes. The framing and cinematography in Fontaine is already incredible. Can throw the hydro sigils? Interesting. That's a cool way of phrasing that. You're like throwing them in like a wishing well. Nice. Level 1. And I got fragile. Speaking of which, do we have any poles? We do not. However, we can buy a pink. Whoa, not glitter. Okay, slow down, Conry. Slow down in the wish screen. I'm still debating whether I use these for... Do we know who's coming to... We do, right? Because it's always the same. Who's coming to the glitter shop next? C1 Noelle would be cool. However, she costs 34 and I've only got 55. I've got 12 more days to think about it, though. Because usually I just use glitter and dust. I just use that to buy wishes and stuff. Oh, Archons, please grant us a healthy and wise child. Well, I wouldn't ask for intelligence or talent, but please may our child live a peaceful life. Honey, is it just me, or did you ask for more than I did somehow? Shh, you'll jinx it. Also, what's so excessive about asking that our child grow up well? That's not what I'm saying, it's just in light of that prophecy. Right, that's true. I forgot. Hoyo hates kids. But it's just a legend, not something that will actually happen for sure, right? No. Hoyo definitely hates kids, Arima. I love how they skip. I'll try to be nicer to the Melusines. Especially because spin crystal. Especially because my first action in Fontaine was abandoning one's tour. No two cases are alike. All right, Yanfei. Wait, is there anything behind here before we go inside? Seems like a good place for a hidden chest. Never mind. Whoa. There's a hydroculus on top of that. This is a guillotine. Someone said that when we were on the bus, when we were on the aquabus, driving across the Autobahn, and I didn't acknowledge it at the time. I saw it, and for some reason I was just enraptured by the rest of the countryside. And then when I looked at it later, I was like, this is a guillotine, isn't it? A guillotine in France? No way. Drink water, he says as he sips coffee. It's got water in it. Ooh, this is pretty.
Ah, Traveler in Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets.
Look at all this nice marble. Very pretty. Elegant. Fancy.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Thanks, bro.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Lenny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny.
Hey.
Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me.
Simon
I'll go
Cowell.
lend him a hand.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Lenny, my boy. Go to the seats. Okay, it wants me to go over there, so I'm definitely going to go upstairs first. Oh my gosh. See what I mean by the textures having improved? You can tell that this is stone and this is carpet. Like obviously this is stone, this is carpet, Connery. No, like you can tell like the texture is different. The shininess on it. Okay, never mind. Maybe let's go the way it wants me to go. I'm always hunting for hidden chests. Whoa. What is this thing? Is this the clock tower? No, this isn't the clock tower. Look at it move. Click. Click. They've also got a giant, like, law, like, scale representing law right here. What are those called? The scales representing law, obviously. Oh, right up front. Who's that next to us over here on this side? Private performance. I know who you are.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us.
Go ahead.
Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still, it's kind of awkward if we don't say anything.
This feels like a setup. You're up, Paimon.
You little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry.
I'm always awkward. That's my secret, Monsieur Nouvelette.
I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh my gosh, one of the best designs in the whole freaking game.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down.
Never.
Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk. But what should we talk about?
This is getting even more awkward.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
This feels like a setup.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linny would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat.
Yeah, that's what's concerning me a bit. There was a long period of time where I was 100% sure he was the Archon here, until Nahida told us that the Hydra Archon's a female, and then obviously we walked in. We just met. During the first part of Act 1, we just met. What's her name? Farina. But he's still important, it seems like. Last time I had this vibe from someone, it was Zhongli.
And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linny. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Why is there no one else here? This is set up.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him.
Oh.
It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Okay, yeah, he's significant, all right.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
That's not what you're supposed to say, Paimon.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Hi.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon.
Casual.
She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Smug is a really good way of describing her.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show is finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
The crowds enter the venue. Okay. There's other people in here now. I was sure that was going to be a setup.
Ooh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
She just screams that as the...
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Real me.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Raiden in the audience fuming right now. It was that easy.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say.
I'm so nervous about what's gonna happen. It just seems like something horrible is gonna happen.
You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
You're not helping. Ah!
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Wow, those animations are smooth.
Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky.
Ooh.
Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
Hi.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
I love this.
Lynette, are you still there?
She's dead.
Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Huh?
Very interesting, Farina is. My gosh. So beautiful too, that whole scene.
What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Herman didn't seem to do anything.
Go back to like 1.0 and even 2.0. The animated sections went from like 15 seconds to over like, they would be like 10, 15 seconds at maximum. And now they're doing whole entire scenes.
Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
What a show.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen.
Is that one of his idle animations?
I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member.
Wow, wonder who it's gonna be.
Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
It's Among Us.
I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
In the words of Lion Bay, shut it, Paimon. let's just watch.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous.
Oh, that's cute.
We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Ava mentioned that fortress when I took a ride on the aquabus. I didn't realize that there were multiple stories that she had. I thought every time you rode to Fontaine, there was one story, and from Fontaine was another story. I thought she only had 2 stories. She mentioned this, and she was like, yeah, 2 people got on a fight on the aquabus, and they got sent to the fortress. Now they're living out happy lives. And I'm like, they definitely killed them. The Fortress of Meripede is definitely, like, a prison or something.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster
Paimon.
after hearing you say that!
With the whole crowd counting together, you couldn't even if you wanted to.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
That was terrifying! I'm screaming it like that.
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Nervalette?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
The squirrel's sus senses are tingling.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine, I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
It's all just part of the show.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
Did it come from the stage?
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24, 23!
Clorinda just shot someone from the balcony.
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19, 18, 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
Halcyon, that typo. Ooh, another animation.
Almost there
cutscene.
now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait. Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly.
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Ooh.
What happened?
She's dead. What?
Is this part of the show?
Yes.
Mr. Linney, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of justice.
Why does she sound so unconfident occasionally?
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linney's magic troupe.
Where did the hold on. Then where did the random woman go?
Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience.
Yeah.
And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found.
Weird. Doesn't seem like that was happenstance that she was the one who came up on the numbers then. She's an enemy of the state.
It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
Oh, Sharknado.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
And to pull it off like this in front of an audience, including the Archon and Chief Justice.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
Her VA did such an incredible job. Already, I've had like 2 scenes with her.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
It's hard to believe all this happened during the show. I don't know if he's a...
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
She's got this, like, odd imbalance occasionally of being very forceful and being very, like, outspoken to being this.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing.
It's like she's a puppet. It's like none of these words are her own. It's like she's reading from a script.
That's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
I trust Lenny, I suppose.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met.
I mean, kind of, like...
But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
Huh? It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
I am not licensed. Not even my Leo attorney is licensed to Better Call yes, apparently I am.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linny and his troop are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House.
His Wanderers troop, am I right?
The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
My sus senses. Or gosh, Shinobu should get the license in a couple of hours. Real.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
I'm gonna say no. I'm ignoring the fact that I know. This is what's rough about me playing this a year after a year, right? A year? 2 years? A year after release, is that when I pulled Arle, her pull voice line, her introduction voice line says, "I am known as the father." And when Linny says, I know that he has some relation to Arle, which means that the three siblings have to have some relation to the Fatui, but I'm not supposed to know that. And I also don't know what that relation is. Has that already happened in this, as far as the story goes? Because when we pull her, that means that we're inviting her into our team. She can be in our teapot, you know? As far as the plot currently is right now, I'm gonna say no. I don't think he could be the murderer.
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion.
It also seems like his reaction to that whole thing, the tank falling on the box, it also seemed like his reaction to that was pretty genuine.
I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
It is very strange. Also, the things that I just said about Arle and him and everything, I'm going to avoid looking at chat for a bit.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
What in the fuck? Where did you get those Where and why do you have those glasses? Hold on, that's another screenshot I need to add to my collection.
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
With whose Mora? With mine?
Don't worry. Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel fund.
Okay, good.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Should I be paying attention to the detail that Farina didn't only directly accuse Linny and didn't accuse Lynette at all?
Yes, thank you so much.
Guilty by association, but she didn't directly call her out or anything. She could have very easily said Linny and Lynette. I won't let you down.
Yeah, just leave it to us.
I cannot take those off.
Since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
You don't need to tell me.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial.
Oh, fair.
'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case!
I cannot with you with that on!
Hello, officer. How's the investigation
You don't need to talk like that either. User not found 45, thank you for the follow. And Inky88833, also thank you for the follow. And DMD Adir, also thank you for the follow. Welcome. I heard the notifications. I was just so enraptured in what was happening. Hello, welcome. Thank you for the follow. We're Lydia and Lynette's attorneys. Was that convincing?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged.
Wow, homie's lined in chalk. This game went a very different direction than we thought it would at the start of this playthrough.
As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it.
But why was Cowell inside?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
It's been hours. It's been less than half a day since we walked in here.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
That's not, well, people can also be the most reliable evidence.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
You use the case record to confirm your current evidence and clue collection situation and sort case-related information. You can check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record, then investigate the corresponding area to collect them. Use a perception skill to find evidence and clues that will be investigated within a certain radius around yourself. This will advance your overall progress. Guards investigation report. The investigation for the guards indicates that the fireworks launched at the tail end of the magic performance had the rope dangling off the water tank alight, causing the tank to fall and kill Cowell, who was within it. It seems evident that Linny is the likeliest user of the prop to commit a crime. However, the reason for the victim being Cowell, the reason for the chosen lady's disappearance, remain mysteries. The deceased's identity. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cowell. He was well trusted by all his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. This is where the magic box was struck. If Cowell weren't inside the box at the moment, he might have dodged the falling water tank. Wow, weird elemental sight.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
Lenny didn't realize this was a safety concern, or...
Hmm? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
I'm just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material!
Hmm.
Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Flammable, like a type of flash cotton.
Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait! Paimon should write all this down. Let's take notes.
Special rope. This rope was used to suspend the water tank. It suddenly broke when the fireworks were being launched on stage. The investigation was shown that the location where the rope snapped was made of flammable material. Question is, how did the stage not break? He's built different. Maurice.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
What do you think he's investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence.
What are you investigating? Did something happen? Because that's just how that sounded.
The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Who is she? We're Lenny and Lynette's attorneys, by the way.
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person.
Paimon is cosplaying this guy.
Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show.
Nightwalker just check the Paimon. Oh my gosh, is Paimon in the Paimon menu still wearing the glasses? And
The Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects.
Interesting. That we know of.
Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
That is a significant connection, though, when it comes to this type of case. Just saying.
Okay, then.
Thanks for letting us know all this.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Information for the missing. Halsey is a member. Halsey is the missing person. She's a famous painter and came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her own creative work. She isn't known to have been entangled in quarrels with any of the members of Lenny's magic troupe. I'm so glad that that's a detail. Okay. What am I doing with the E button? Okay. I'm good. I'm good. The broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. You think? Do you reckon, Ether? Okay, that one. We talked to him, and then just over here. Are there any other clues, like in the audience or anything? No, there's not. Can we leave the stage? Oh, we can. Oh, there are more things to, there are more things off stage. Also, where's Farina's box? Is it up in the like? Is it up here to the direct right of the stage? Stage left, like where Lincoln was at Ford's Theater. Examine. Looks like an ordinary box, but Lenny somehow moved instantly from the stage to being inside of it. How did he do it? I don't know, either Teyvat has its own laws. Ooh, this guy.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads...
Who are you?
Be sure to share them with me, alright?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
No, never.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
Who are you?
The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
Oh, right, the bang that we heard earlier.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Yeah, cats land on their feet very quietly.
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case?
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That was your big eureka?
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
Not with you! During the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. Gotta remember that there's still something on the stage to do. Where is Farina's box? Ah! I fell. Oh, I thought it was these guys. Oh, is there a final, like, is there a final one? I want to be able to, I want to search everything. So if I, like, is there one interaction that can end all of the other interactions? Yellow markers are the required ones. Okay, gotcha. I just want to talk to everyone. This is a yellow one, though. Nothing back here. There's 2 more required ones. I think the one on stage wasn't. Oh, yellow on the mini map. Oh, yellow.
The murderer was. They must have made preparations well beforehand.
Look at this icon.
Whoever the murderer was.
Okay.
Why would it be him? How strange. Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved. We all heard that noise. Gosh.
Okay, I'll stop doing that. Okay, there's one up there. Let me go back to the stage one so I can just clear the stage. What the? If you cannot afford an attorney, Farina will appoint you as the.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Lenny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's some.
You're trying to help them?
Sorry.
That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
Wouldn't that be something that'd be easy to track after the second time it did it?
I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
Device was used during Linny's magic performance to choose a lucky number of the audience. However, the guards have found that it will generate the exact same number no matter what. Clearly, someone has tampered with it. Oh. That's Farina's box. That's what you guys meant by when you said up. I was just too far over here. I thought that this was already the ceiling. She way up. Okay, there was stuff out with Lynette over here. Up and away. Okay, them.
Linny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
You're awfully casual.
Linny's still talking to the guards. I think
wait.
someone will be
Okay, so this is the final one then. Because I don't think there was anything else. Oh, it's outside? Oh. Was there anything else? Oh, okay, never mind.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
I know who you are.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
I have not.
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
Boss!
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Who are they now?
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So do you want to investigate us as well? Do you want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
The only response is, okay.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away.
Yeah, and she had very odd reactions to that whole thing as well. Farina did.
Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Well, when you put it like that.
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
Not always.
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Something serious like a trial should be treated like entertainment. Something serious like a trial should be treated like entertainment.
See, Silver and Maloose? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact.
I love this dude's voice so much.
And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
I don't know, are you on standard banner or...
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, Mister?
Look who's pot calling the kettle black, Paimon.
And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks. Thanks!
Don't mention it. Limited. Geo-DPS. Interesting. There's not very many Geo-DPSs. Only one I can frankly think of is Noelle. I was about to say Ningguang, but Ningguang is kind of a piss poor DPS.
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in Poisson.
Oh, Ito!
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I could make things disappear, cleaning my room would be a cinch.
You need not worry about such things, demoiselle. That falls under my duties.
Oh, right.
Interesting. This is another case of getting wrapped up in stuff that's way over our head within 4 seconds of walking into a nation, isn't it? What do you think about Miss F? Again, it was her design, not her personality.
Sorry, but
Noelle's
one
utility.
can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
Because frankly, right now, Navia's personality, A or S. Maybe not S, because I need to get to know her more for S. But I like her personality a lot.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave.
Is this the only exit, though?
We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
No one left the opera house during the magic show, and after the incident happened, only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could leave. Interesting.
Everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to...
Ow!
Understood. Then I will
I
be
cut her
going
off.
with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
Yes, Linny. More magic is really what you want to be doing right now while you're while you're the prime suspect in a murder case.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
We've got the men in black on our side.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
Back of the door. Why did I think that only the one on stage had balloons for some reason? The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There's another box inside this one?
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
It's an elevator.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box.
And this passage linked the two boxes together. Clever that.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Then what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
I can tell a lot of thought was put into this. This is such an interesting Archon quest.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off.
Who's Navia's VA? Why does that voice sound really familiar to me for some reason?
And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Okay, now they're gonna label you a flight risk.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
There's no reason to make make comments like that. Brenna Larson. The name doesn't sound familiar though. The voice, Navia's voice seems really familiar for some reason. Let me give a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use this tunnel to get to either side. Meanwhile, having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of onstage interactions. The magic box on stage has an additional layer to its rear, in which Lynette, in Linny's clothes, remained hidden. She would appear at the end of the magic trick and lead people to believe that Linny had been able to instantly move to the box on the other side. The magic box at the center of the audience stands, has two layers, and beneath it, an entrance to an underground tunnel. This is how a lucky audience member was meant to have been transported without the audience noticing. What control? Oh, this control board. This should be the control device for the trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically. Examine ladder. Ladder is required in order to return the magic box above.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope.
The grappling hook.
Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Linny didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Rope has fallen to the ground. A metal hook has been tied on one end. Its use is unclear. Batman was here. Broken vase.
The floor is wet.
Indeed.
Please be careful not to slip.
I'll try not to.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick.
Oh, Paimon knows. It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear. And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
There are many pieces of a broken flower vase on one side of the tunnel. All the water within has been spilled. Judging from the distance, it seems unlikely it was knocked over by the trolley meant to transport the magic box. Also does a Star Rail character. That was here. Okay, so one more here. Clothing.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
They didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change. That's odd.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
What the? Why did you? What the hell? Why did?
Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
When did she swap to those glasses? Why did? The clothes belong to Halsey, the lady we're missing found in the tunnel. The reason is unknown, and we're just not even gonna comment on that either. That's just her eyes. Okay. Is there anything else back here? Oh, there's a ton of stuff. The tracks. High precision is required to complete this magic show, and tracks are perfect for making the trolley stay on its designated course. Storage boxes. All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuffed inside. Like my organization techniques. Oh, a vent. Trolley is crucial for transporting the magic box to the other side. The corporal must have used this to execute their plan.
What is this place?
Looks like a vent. You think?
It seems someone
It's like-
fit through here.
It's like when Lynette was like, seems like rain, when it was very clearly raining among us.
Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the magic boxes.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
Tunnel vent looks like it allow one person passage barely, but leaving along with the missing lady seems an unrealistic prospect.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up.
What an interesting shift in our conquest. Now we're investigating a murder.
Ascertain the state of the crime
I
scene.
love it.
Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
Yeah, it would seem so. Can't you see in novels? It would seem so.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The hell does that mean? The Oratrice will too?
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced.
Right, that's the it's energy that's produced from trials or something.
The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
I don't like that's weird. Isn't it a machine?
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
What do you mean, why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case.
Paimon's never heard of a sequestered jury.
And even if that
We're
were
not jurors,
so,
though.
It could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Are they providing food? I'm ready to break out at any time.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Now's not the time to be picky. We'll be fine.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon, please.
Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
I have 220 chickens in my pocket, Paimon. You'll be fine.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
What an interesting...
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
Oh, right. We can make a portable stove as well, can't we? And it's good for what? Or is that a Breath of the Wild thing that, Tears of the Kingdom thing that I'm thinking of? That's good for, like, it's a portable stove and it's good for one dish. You can. You can! I just haven't yet.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Must be a Spina di Rosula thing.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven.
Look at
Oh,
these.
it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
Why is everything out of this dude's mouth gold?
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
That's not quite what Paimon meant, but okay.
I was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
You mean silver? No, they're silver. Sorry. What did she say? Because he's silver. Sorry. What did you say?
Well, I don't think it's carved carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Maybe that's A's problem.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Why don't you take a break as well?
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
So apart from the twins, we're left with 2 other people, the missing girl and the deceased.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel.
Oh, true.
Resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There's no evidence that this third person even exists, which is also true.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's a dark prospect, but she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet.
We have no clue where we're gonna head with our case in this. We have no clue what we're gonna build our case on for this severe murder trial. Also, you are a great chef.
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest.
How? That's as big as your head. Where did you put all that?
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
Wait. This dumb interaction about macarons is an oddly specific detail. It's fine. If you ate them, you ate them.
Wait. Even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
There's something weird going on in this place.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal.
No, there's something weird going on here.
Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
There's really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
It's because that follows does not yield much progress.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the two of you think the case over again.
It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Neither Cal nor Halsey had a motive, but after having talked to Navia, the likelihood of a third person being involved seems very low, too.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Hang on, Paimon. Don't mind me, Paimon. Just the thing. Wow, that was a very off-center screenshot, but it will probably serve for thumbnail's sake. Okay, wait till the following day. Also, achievements. Till what time? 8 o'clock. Where are the clues at? Where are the clues at? Quest tab. Oh, quest items. I was like, quest tab? What do you mean? Case record.
Why would it be him? The performance would not have been visible from where the doors were guarded. If Paimon were on duty, she would have snuck back into the audience seating. Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. And that's why only the 2 of them can perform this trick. There was no third person. And Paimon didn't eat more than 3 macarons either. Digging a tunnel just for a magic trick? Whew, that must have been a lot of work.
Oh, I missed a spot.
That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon.
Wait, there's stuff in the tunnel. There's 2 things in the tunnel that I apparently missed. Schrodinger's macaron. Oh, they'll be filled in later. Okay. I was like, what did I miss? I thought that I got everything. No, not the ladder. Return. Eat the ladder? What the? Okay, till 8. Man, we went from... Also, look at all this stuff now. We went from... Mondstadt was basically Skyrim, and now we're doing LA Noire. I got some thoughts.
Good plan.
For the first time.
Things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Any guesses for... I don't have a clue what's going on here.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
That's what you want to hear from your attorney.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you wait.
Since both parties are present,
Aye.
I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Reveals the details. Everyone is stunned.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
She did the Phoenix Wright thing!
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
I would not have assumed that she would be like the cocky type.
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
How could Linney not know about that?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Ocelot girl, that emote is very distracting and very funny. Sorry. Ooh, it's thinking.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
They probably represent the Orchard's stance on the trial. Oh, the machine's thinking. It's becoming self-aware.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye.
Okay, calm down for a minute.
Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
Oh, they themselves are?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
I didn't know that they themselves were Fatui. And if you played this at release and you didn't know that Arle was, then obviously you had no clue that they had any even relation to... Huh.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute.
Ocelot, thanks for the follow, by the way.
Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting in Discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy.
Was it the random other Farina just dancing?
Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter
Wait.
I pulled last night is really paying off.
Why does she have two sides of her? It's like an A and Shogun thing. Because I noticed before that sometimes it seemed like she goes from like cocky and bratty to like hesitant and not very confident.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Linny and Lynette are Fatui.
Order! Order! Mr. Linny, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
There's no doubt about a magician's ability to con others. Given how Linny has concealed his identity, this could all been a setup. This could all have been set up beforehand. Plus, Child is here in Fontaine along with the other house operatives. That's also true. There must be some scheme at work here. Though Child, although he's still part of the Fatui, he's not. I don't know. Because Child is obviously still part of the Fatui, even after we beat him and kind of befriended him. I've been a victim of such schemes before, and now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Linny.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's
Did
it.
you?
Might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be discussed.
Is that really necessary?
Yes.
They're already as good as guilty.
Shut up, Tepe.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linny's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought.
I didn't say that. All I asked was for an adjournment.
In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
I don't know how I like her. Walks into Fontaine and just I've been insulting like 90% of Fontaine as I've been during my time here.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up.
I still have my, like, it feels like an act. Like the cocky, bratty Farina doesn't seem like the real Farina. It almost seems like there's an A Shogun thing going on with like that. Because I mentioned it like, haha, there was a, I'm just going to let Linny scratch his head for a little bit longer. I mentioned that there was another Farina behind Farina that was jumping for joy. And then as I thought about it, I was like, this game doesn't do design things frivolously. There's a point to everything.
I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry. Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
But even though they're with the Fatui, we know from Child that just being part of the Fatui doesn't mean that you're pure evil. Like Child at least had some, even though he was a harbinger and still is a harbinger, he's not pure evil. He's got redeemable qualities about him. And just because they're Fatui doesn't mean that they're guilty either of this particular crime. We just don't know what part they're involved in with the Fatui. That's should be our questioning.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face.
Right, the flooding.
I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
How can we know this isn't all just another lie? I wonder what their relationship with Child is.
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
I think it's about not telling us they're Fatui. That's also true. Yeah, that is true, Moonray. And thank you for the first time chat, by the way. And also, since as we were going through that, Gorgrime is also thank you for the follow. There's been a lot of followers and stuff that are flying across chat, but I'm so engrossed in the story.
Well, you both say that, but...
Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Okay, we know it. No lies now. Like that's the right way to put it. Like we know you're Fatui. Let's get that out of the way. Now just tell us the truth about what happened.
Of course, I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
The vent, which goes into the basement.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Oh, wow. And what did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room.
Was it the same voice that we heard at the fountain?
That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates? I'm putting aside the fact real quick that we still have a dead guy and a disappeared woman, because that explains their involvement. That we still have a dead guy and a disappeared woman.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I'll defend you from these charges.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Ha. Watertight defense. Get out of here, Sino. Actually, we already have the key evidence we need. We do? The adjournment's almost over. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
And he claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Oratrice's core, upon entering the tunnel and did not witness the crime taking place, and thus did not hear the thud. Lenny claims to have heard a mysterious voice within the chamber that houses the Oratrice core within the Opera House's underground structures. Also, look at this. Look at this pretty little office. Continue the trial. What's Ether think he's got up his sleeve?
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough.
Oh my gosh, Farina.
Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention, at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Look at this! Look at her. Based on the opposition's account of the events, you can identify loopholes in their statement. Use evidence and clues. Oh, I have to think? Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new inferences. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The Oratrice will display such shifts clearly. When you find and refute all incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the Opera House, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linney red-handed.
Look at this artwork as well. Look at the design on this silly little mini game in the middle of this Archon quest. Look how intricately everything is drawn. Okay, I love it. It's so different and so fun.
So Linney
So interesting.
proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Simple as that, Farina.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the
He
order
speaks!
of events, what Linney experienced, and what he saw.
He speaks. He thinks. Occasionally. Lady claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Oratrice's core upon entering the tunnel and did not witness the crime taking place, thus did not hear the thud. Then he entered the tunnel as the countdown began. Lenny claims to have heard a voice, but Wait, what goes here? Okay, hang on. Sorry. Think thonk time. Think thonk time. Lenny entered the tunnel as the countdown began. Head empty, Connery. Lenny entered the tunnel as the countdown began. Okay. Lenny claims they headed to the chamber containing the Ortree's core. I refute with this? But this is true. There's not really a loophole in this one. Let me move on. And last time was from Lenny and Halsey's fight. Lenny claims to have not heard the mysterious, or claims to have heard. Okay, that's the voice. Okay, this is a good refutation for that. Refute that.
According to Lenny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Correct. I did it. Lenny knocked out Halsey using the visualization removed her close to prevent her from being identified. However, was really in the tunnel at the time. Okay. He heard a mysterious voice in the chamber. He was in the chamber and therefore couldn't have been in the tunnel. Right? Refute.
Lenny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Kyle walked in on Lenny. So the latter knocked him out with a vase, leading to the victim's death. The existing evidence indicates that when Lenny returned to the tunnel, the crime had already taken place, and all Lenny saw was this. He must have been very confused when he saw them. Right? Yeah. Yes. This. Refute with this.
Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
No, Paimon, that's copyrighted. That's a different franchise.
When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Blank Blanc. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
Imagine hearing your attorney say that.
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditated fashion. However, you say that Cowell bumped into Lenny by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
I don't know, boredom.
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember how you refuted Lenny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had magic box the whole time. How could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has also become a critical clue. Ah! Ooh. Irrelevant. Linda claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Oratrice's core. Upon entering the tunnel, did not witness a crime taking place. Claims to heard a mysterious voice. Okay, that's those things. Oh, it's up here. No. Why is everything irrelevant? Special rope. The number selector. And the hook rope. What am I supposed to do here? What am I doing? Read the blue box. Which is the evidence that Linny wasn't in the which is the evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? Oh, okay. So these those are irrelevant. These are selectable. Those are irrelevant. These are selectable. Which is the evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel? Sorry, brain is brain reading in my Kenshin. There's an audible thump. No one left the opera house. Linny wasn't in the tunnel because oh my gosh, my brain is it's chugging at there's an audible thump that many audience members heard, but he didn't. What proves that Linny's not in the tunnel? I'm just but which one of these proves that he wasn't in the tunnel? That no one left the opera house? No. The audible thump? The thump, right? Because he wasn't in the tunnel, and so he couldn't have heard the thump.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance.
I've used up all my brain juice already.
This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the
Paimon.
best proof. How do you like that?
Well played.
She finger wagged.
To think you'd use such logic.
See what I mean? Genshin does not do design like this frivolously. This has a point, but what is the point? Why are there two of her?
Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Me. The murderer was. Select the gear icons. Oh no, it's a representation of my brain. It's the interface to check the corresponding case questions. Select answers and fill all the empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. If you have made mistakes, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Once you have answered all the questions correctly, you can complete this logic chain. The guard's investigation report indicates that fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope suspending the water tank above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kill Cal in the box below. If Linny's no longer under suspicion, only the members of the troupe would have been able to tamper with the props, that's true. Then he gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of her onstage interactions. The clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Select and include view detailed information.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
I don't really think so.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Select any question. Oh, this. Seems like a third person probably.
Could there have been a third?
Hypothesis incorrect. Never mind.
The deceased's name is Cowell. Linny. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
I mean, she's the only unaccounted for. How is that one incorrect?
The deceased's name is...
Yes, it is. I did it! By process of deduction, by process of elimination, I have deduced.
That can't be right. Are you serious?
I don't know, Paimon.
The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting. Let's hear your reasoning.
First try. Brute force.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Oh boy.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Select that.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Select that.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
Select that too.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. No one entered or...
Oh man, I got one of them correct.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
Which one was this one? Audible thump.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that...
I still think Linny belongs up there.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well.
That one. Prime suspect is this dude.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Desperate clicking. thinking. I didn't realize that the question was at the top. That like the one I'm selecting right here is answering this question at the top up here. I wonder why he's taking so long. How can we envisage Lenny and hold on, I've got this. How can we envisage Lenny as having been unable to interfere with the crime? Okay.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal
this, right? How can he was unable because he wasn't in the tunnel. Where did she go?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
Where did she?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Are you kidding me?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
How is that incorrect? There was only one option. The criminal must have understood the methods behind Lenny's magic trick and must have been in a position to easily modify the equipment. Leaving aside how he died, Cowell had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could likely have been the sound of Cowell and Halsey struggling. Lenny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given him time for Cowell to bring Halsey out of the magic box in the audience stands. But according to the guard's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house, so even if he had taken her, there'd be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would be discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Paimon, shut up. Where did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Escaping from the water tank. Could it have been the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on a second. Why did...
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Water. Hey, I did it!
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped.
I am so sorry you guys had to sit through that.
Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I request that we examine Cowell's personal effects.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone your knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
After some time, a guard returns with news.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately.
Isn't this inadmissible, submitting evidence while the trial is already underway?
The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
Huh.
The primordial sea.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs.
Nice.
And he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times.
Also, look at Farina's tiny head up there. She's so short.
One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
Another test sub.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You gotta be kidding! People
Why are you
dissolving into water?
Sit down!
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl, wait just a minute, could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
Yes, sir.
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found.
I will have order!
Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all.
Batman.
Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Liquids that guards found in Cowell's luggage seems to have the ability to dissolve Fontainians into water. That's an interesting distinction as well, that it can dissolve Fontainians into water, but not anyone else. Oh boy. Who's a prime suspect currently? Still this guy.
His name is Cowell.
What item did the culprit use to control the timing of the dissolution?
The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
What item did the culprit use to control the timing? Nope.
The water from the primordial sea should...
Wait, I want to change this one to this.
Water from the
There we go. This one. Item. Okay, let me script over this one. To hide the mechanism behind the crime.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
Wait, so then that belongs here, then. To control the timing. And then this one, to hide the mechanism, was the burned
that held
rope.
The water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank.
Ooh, I got all three but that one wrong. Right.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Is he talking about the back wall of the box being not straight up wood? Sorry. Brain juices refilled.
Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
Everyone's like, man, this Seely's cooking.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close. Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Lenny?
Am I right, though?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no! I can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning.
The end. They kill Lenny. All Lenny mains cease to exist.
I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic?
I know where she, I imagine, that just seems so, like, weird. Like, what are you talking about, Navia?
I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Lenny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry, Spina di Rosula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
Are you now?
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Lenny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one.
Casually.
That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even connect that was the same character model. It just was like NPC number 427.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Lenny even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it?
I knew it.
So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
The box where all of the sets and clothing and that kind of stuff was haphazardly stuffed in. That's why it was haphazardly stuffed in that box.
Can a person even hide in there?
If they're a practiced hand of concealment, a professional thief.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it.
So it's manslaughter, not murder.
Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Now it's time to refute the Hydro Archon's previous reasoning.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily-Ann's perspective.
Linny entered. Oh wait, this one's okay. Linny entered the tunnel after the beginning of the countdown. Afterwards, he used the ventilation shaft to leave the tunnel and did not participate in the dissolving of the young woman. Cowell planned to use the prepared apparatuses for the magic tricks to dissolve Halsey inside the magic box, as Halsey had appeared completely unharmed before all of our eyes. Fernia's conjecture no longer holds water. Ha! And how would Halsey have reacted when the water from the primordial sea suddenly began to trickle in? There are many pieces of broken vase. Unlikely he was not knocked over. Wait, hang on. How would Halsey have reacted when the water from the primordial sea began to trickle in? A lot of things have been spilled. It's this one, right?
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Never mind. The random number... Oh, this. Never mind. A rope that has fallen to the ground, a metal hook. Okay. The audible thump?
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Oh, that makes sense. I did not put that together. Lenny wanted all the credit and glory and wanted to get rid of all his partners. As Halsey appeared completely unharmed before all our eyes, Furian's conjecture no longer holds water, but there is evidence proving that a fight did break out in the tunnel. Which is this, the broken flower vase.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed during the struggle between Lily-Ann and Cowell.
Lenny knocked Cowell out, then used the method to dissolve young girl. Using the method used to dissolve young girls to get rid of Cowell and disguise it as innocent. After the fight, then what did Halsey do? Change clothes.
Lily-Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
I did. Oh my gosh, Paimon.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lily-Ann panicked.
Wait, hold on. Is this the same artist as the same art direction team that did the manga? It kind of seems like the same art direction.
Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lily-Ann had not dissolved. He did not know that Lily-Ann was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
I did it. I'm glad I'm not the only one that...
She would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
I'm glad it seems like I'm not the only one who's been smooth braining every single one of these every single one of these refute and evidence things.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
Because I thought about that, that it was like, I don't think, like, the whole Paimon, the whole thing about Paimon, I mean, no, I definitely didn't eat those other 2.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
You're their god, Farina.
Wow. Look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim.
Poetic.
Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately...
Yeah, you guys are still fatuous, but that's not that's not what this was about.
This case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
What the heck was that? Just inserted a key card into it.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dare to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
That's telling.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration.
Weird.
We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
He turned to water.
And now he can no longer talk.
Because he turned into water, Linny.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
Better drink. What was there like? Was there water like stored in his hat or something?
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
How did he turn?
So, we're just going back now?
Problem seems to be solved for now. We're not needed here anymore. Water, once the bringer of life.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't wish to see anyone be falsely accused.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight.
Wait, we don't have any details about what they've done as Fatui members. Like, yeah, they're members of the Fatui. The Fatui are like we know what Dottore and those kind of people have done. We don't know their involvement. I feel like Traveler is being, I don't know. I don't want to say unreasonable, but.
I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Otets?
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Excuse the fuck out of me, what?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
That got dark. Yeah, kids game, uh-huh.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer.
That's kind of what I meant by, like, the Fatui. It's not... Dottore is different, because he knows what he's doing and he enjoys how evil he is. But with a lot of characters in this game, it's not as simple as this person's evil, this person's good. And I really like that about it. Like, it's much more complex than this person's right, this person's wrong.
The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
The knave is after the Gnosis, isn't she? She's the, When did the Winter's Night, when did that trailer come out in relation to the release of the Fontaine Archon quest? Like, how long before, oh my gosh, 2.7? So pre-Sumeru? Oh wow, so they've been sitting on that for a while. Did we know who Arle was? Like, we saw her in that, but it was never stated, hey, this is the knave, this is Arlecchino. It was never stated during that. We heard about her. Huh. Interesting. That's so crazy that the face, that we have the face to this person from this Archon quest. We had the face to that since Inazuma, since pre-Sumeru. Huh. The knave is after the Gnosis, isn't she? As all harbingers are.
She has her own plans.
Oh, that's an interesting response to that question.
She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
Huh.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the Knave, has their roots in Fontaine. And we will always defend our homeland.
Now I want to know what Frem's association is, because he's the third of the siblings.
To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
Or maybe he's not... Maybe he's not an actual blood sibling, because maybe he's not an actual blood sibling to them, actually. He's just part of the he's just part of the family.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
Still can't completely trust you. That's fair. The company you keep has been a thorn in Ether's side.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
I understand. Man, I love these two. I understand.
Bye, Linny.
They're written so well. They're very gray and very neutral. Wow, and that's still not the end of Act 1. This is Act 1. That's exactly what I was thinking, Nightwalker. That's still not the end, and this is our first steps of a 5-act adventure in this region. Did I get a picture of the Oratrice? I did, didn't I? Oh, not of this. I got a picture of the stage. Wait, let me go up a little bit. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Man. Quote, a family not ending in blood is what Tim and I say. That was a... Thank you, Kawhi. Man, I can definitely see how the first part of this could be seen as a little bit controversial. Maybe is not the right word for it, but this isn't a first act that has a lot of press Q, press E, press left, press the attack button, and dodge. It doesn't have a lot of that, but it still is one of the peaks of this game. I can see how some people wouldn't like that there's not combat in this, but it's so good.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
I didn't disappear. The guy on stage did. Turn into water.
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well,
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only trying to defend Lenny. I wasn't necessarily looking into serial disappearances case. Although I can.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now?
Yes. Decades. Paimon, we pulled out an Archon who'd been meditating for centuries.
the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all.
Yeah, it's been 1 day. It's been like 1.5 days since we arrived on the shore.
Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Well, sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me.
I like that analogy of the traveler cleaning up waters.
Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Well, if you say so.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
Damn. What a first act. Is going to the hotel that she just talked about, is that the epilogue to Act 1, or will that start Act 2? No, it's Act 2? Okay. Crow. Hello there. There are no ongoing performances or trials at present, so there's no need to stay here for too long. Won't you be lonely here all by yourself? Not at all. Sometimes many people come here, and the place is incredibly crowded. At other times, it is just like it is now, empty as can be. Reminds you of the tides lapping against the shore, doesn't it? And with these tides for company, I'm not lonesome at all. That's really amazing, Lucine. Thank you for the compliment, but you didn't just say that for me to let my guard down, did you? Judging from your attitude, you're not teasing me. Then I'll let you in on a little secret. I actually prefer when there is no tide. I used to live by the sea. Back then, I always dove into the sea to collect maritime flowers when the tide was calm. Oh, she gave us flowers! Holy crap. Let's watch, you guys also said that Farina's teaser is also safe. Let's watch tomorrow before stream. Let's do Farina's trailer and Fontaine teaser before we begin stories tomorrow, during tomorrow's stream. We were at 3.5 hours. I would like to wrap up this stream by doing a little bit of exploring, I believe. There's this boss right here, which Lynette needs, and more than needing the drops from it, I kind of want to just fight it, because frankly, I'm saving my resin for Arle's 2 domains and for EXP material ley lines. Oh, her demo is safe, but not teaser. Gotcha. Okay. So demo, I'll ask you again tomorrow. But I kind of want to fight this, and I'm probably going to fight it and not collect the drops. I just want to experience the battle. I just want to experience this boss battle. I don't need the drops, and I'm saving my resin for other things. And would this be a decent team? My Archon team plus Yelan? What? What? Don't look at me like that. cool boss. Did I stand in the, look at these two. Oh, is that the boss? Talk to the dude. Oh, look at this guy. He's got a camera. Sir, ma'am, I wish you a good morning, afternoon, and evening. My name is Meyerdet, a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute. I believe the two of you are here to witness the Icewind Suite. According to Mr. Bossuet's original plan, Coppelius and Coppelea are clockwork mecha dedicated to the art of dance. But after I took over the project, I also added in some of my understanding of pneumosia. As you can see, not only are they good at dancing, but they're also highly capable fighters. However, I believe there is still much room for improvement. We require a large amount of experimental data to further increase their combat prowess. I might have gotten too passionate during the development phase, and from that came two different combat modes for Coppelius and Coppelea based on the differences between Pneumo and Osia. They are Dirge of Coppelea and Nemesis of Coppelius. That is to say, we'll need 2 times the research data. As long as we can iterate on them smoothly, the joy of our success will be doubled. And the coming of that joy now rests on your shoulders, brave warrior. Next up, our fantastical performances will be delivered by Clockwork Mecha. Before you begin the challenge, you must speak with him and select the play you are challenging. Oh! Huh. Interesting. What do you say? Will you be willing to join our machines in their dance? Which one does, I guess it doesn't really matter because I'm not going to pick up the drops anyway. But, different versions of the boss with separate boss drops. Gotcha. Well, let me do this one first then. Lynette is the only one I have that needs this boss, I think. Next up is a fantastic... Ooh, listen to this music. Ah! I wasn't... Sorry, I would...
There is no escape. Surely not. Everyone hold hands. Busted. Game's up. Time's over.
Oh, they're already marked. They're already marked.
Now you shall perish.
Ah! What's he doing? What are they doing?
Gotcha. Illusion shattered.
Oh, that... Okay then. What was my main source of I wasn't paying attention to the health bar. What was my main source of damage there? Was it Aggravate with Shogun and Nahida, or was it Hyper Bloom? Cuz Yelan had her dice out. Wow. Aggravate. Huh. And now it comes time for me to piss everyone off and walk away from walk away from that. I'm saving my resin. I'm trying to build my Arle. Oh, Hyperbloom wouldn't have done much. Oh, because Shogun would have been the one triggering the Hyperbloom, and her EM is 149. Well, thanks for the... Yeah, I'm building Arla, yeah. I just have been saying EM, it's Raiden's electro damage and Yelan. Huh. Alright. Because the aggravates were also being triggered by Shogun as well, right? The aggravates were not being triggered by Nahida. Can I try the other one with oh wait. Bold sir, the data sample collection and repair of our clockwork machines will take some time, so please wait patiently in the meantime. So I'll probably just have to wait for that to expire before I come back. Can I just TP away and then come back? Pretty fight though, with the spotlight at the start. Where is it? It's over here and then to the right over there. Man, I love this region. I would encourage people who have played this game and kind of didn't. I would encourage people to maybe rewatch the whole trial part of this first act if they didn't care for non-combat missions. I'd encourage people to go back and replay or rewatch. I guess you can't replay them, but rewatch this mission. I really enjoyed it. It's not combat oriented though, but I would encourage people who are more combat oriented to go back and watch it with new eyes. Okay, so now we'll do this one this time. So pretty. That's so dope. Oh my gosh, is this an Anemo enemy?
Here comes the catch.
I'm just gonna pull out all the stops anyway.
Torn to oblivion.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's mostly Shogun's Electro and Yelan's Dice is mostly what that was. Bloom cores were kind of just there. No, not my combat-based game. Fun! Well, at the very least, if I was going to build Lynette at this world level, that'd be an easy one to farm. Dope. Cool, cool, cool. Also, in my archive, off stream, I was wandering the desert looking for chests and found these, and I was like, walking away from those. Don't know what those do. Definitely not gonna explore that off stream. What a pretty boss. My goodness. All right. I know we're at 3.5 hours, but I'm good if you're good. Let's wander around a little bit, and let's see. What am I missing for Arle materials right now? By the way, thank you for slaughtering that that man in that story. Your service is always appreciated, Arle. Ooh, I just need more of these. Dropped by Praetorian golems. Is that the only place where you can fight those? Oh, that's a world boss. I thought that was a I can make 3 though. I thought that's a boss material. I thought that was like an overworld material. Can I buy any more, or am I sold out with them? Oh, I can buy more. Oh, because I haven't bought them at all this month. Yeah, that's only 180. I just always make sure that I'm at the very least above 750, so that I can. It's an overall. Oh, it's an overworld material, but it still can't access it. Gotcha. So it's not a boss. It is an overworld enemy. I just can't get to there. With that. Holy crap, Renee95, thank you for the raid! Hello, Raiders! Hello, Raid. Hi, what up? Oh my gosh. Real, thank you for the follow. Renee, thank you for the follow. Garrett, thank you for the follow. Hi. Also, Crysylvania, thank you for the follow as well. And Cricket, thank you for the follow. Holy crap, I am well. How are you? Hope you had a good stream. How's it going? I'm Connery. I'm a squirrel VTuber. I'm doing a blind playthrough of Genshin. Just finished Fontaine Act 1, actually. I know, A. Don't mind the boss drops that I'm about to walk away from. I'm saving resin to build my Arlecchino. I just wanted to experience that fight. Hello, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Feel free to stick around and chill out. Very casual, relaxed stream. Everyone spam the nut emotes and the acorn emotes for our raiders. Thank you so much. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, blind playthrough. Still have several areas of Fontaine not unlocked. Oh, I need to get that off my navigation. Hello. Welcome. Oh my gosh, listen to this fun music. I have not played Withering Wave. This is my first Hoyo game. I didn't play Honkai Impact 3rd. I didn't play Star Rail. I didn't play Zenless. And I only started Genshin last July. I started in 4.8, right? Yelan was my first limited banner. When I started playing, it was the Emily and Yelan banner. Withering's a different company? Oh, similar but different company. Oh, gotcha. Kuro, not Hoyo. Oh, okay. 4.8, yeah. D's nuts. So we just finished, we've been going for 3.5 hours. We just finished Fontaine Act 1. I was gonna wander around and see what more materials I needed for, oh, I can ascend that. Oh my gosh. I just need a lot more enchantment ores. And that costs 36,000. Although that also works for polearms and swords. So that decreases the Mora that I use with A's passive. A. Finish off my coffee. Everyone drink water. Let me switch over to her signature, actually. Because now the base damage is only 8. Oh, wait, I can't do math. Is very close to the tassel. Crit rate is not even close to the tassel. But now the base damage of her signature is getting up there. Or farming spots. Or underwater Fontaine? Yeah, because I often will go mining in the chasm. I have a route that I do for mining in the chasm, because the chasm almost all of the ore spots in the chasm drop multiple drops. So like one ore vein, one of the things that you break will spit out 2 or 3. I think the hyper-emotional... What about A? A's not hyper-emotional. Farina is, though. Jeez Louise. What an absolute tornado of emotions occasionally. Okay, what else do I need? Sorry, I'm just all over the place. But yeah. Thanks for the raid. Feel free to stick around and enjoy our chill vibes here. Okay, I just need more stuff. I just need more ore, but I think I've already hit my limit of the amount of ore that I can create. I might be able to get her artifacts topped off. Where's her artifact domain, by the way? Games that I normally play, I'm big into racing games, actually. I'm not particularly good at racing games. Oh, shit, it's on Petrichor? Isn't there a huge-ass world quest on Petrichor as well? Shoot. Above ground Petrichor. Oh, you can get her domain easily without hitting the world quest. Because isn't there a ginormous world quest on there? Oh, it's got to be this one, right? Oh, the world quest is this one, right? This is the huge world quest to avoid for right now. Stay away from the town. Oh, well, let's TP over here. I can wander over there. And at the very least, I'll unlock it. I might not spend resin on her domain right now, on her artifact domain, because I think I'm primarily focusing. Because I've got a 4-piece of gladiator on her right now. Oh yeah, all right. I'm working on a few novels. You write poetry? That's awesome. I'm not good at poetry, although if you guys remember from the my last subathon, one of the things on my punishment wheel was to write poetry about cabbage. We have a long-running joke on this channel about how many cabbages are in this game. I don't know why I decided to
An impressive bounty.
Yeah, I've got a 4-piece of gladiator on her. She's got 41 by 153. Also, a previous stream where I had this team, let me pull her back in. A previous stream, I was running this team. Lynette was on here just because I wanted to use Lynette. But her crit rate was at 61, and now it's at 51. Why was her crit rate up during that stream? I specifically remember having a little aside and saying the characters I have that are the best split of rate and damage are Yenfei at 45 by 126 and Arle, and I specifically remember she was at 61. Why did she go down? Oh, the food! Because that was right after I had fought the boss, wasn't it? It must have been, right? Because if you eat food and switch teams, does the food buff stay? Because I had Adeptus' Temptation while I was fighting the local legend. That's why. Okay, I was wondering. I was like, man, where did my 10 crit rate go? Okay. That makes sense. Food. That makes sense. Let me put her back on here. There's a challenge right here. Wow, what a beautiful... Oh my gosh, I love the architecture of this. There's nowhere in the States that has architecture like this that's legit. So pretty. I'll mark this one. Challenge. What the frick is that? Oh, it's Hydro Baymaxes. Hydro Baymaxes, right? Are those Hydro Baymaxes? Or are they something else? They're protecting the chest.
Stabilize.
Whoa, what is this music? Here, I can reset my bond of life on this one. There he goes. Now he's getting big. Did he just turn into a top and he just turned into a Beyblade? Ah! He just turned into a Beyblade and threw himself at me. Oh, Guoba's poop. I can pick up Guoba's poop. She just hit for 15,000 horsepower? 15,000 damage just then.
Ah, some something with which to commemorate this occasion.
I don't often pay attention to the numbers, but I have been watching the numbers that Arla has been hitting with recently, and Shogun. Cabrilla mentioned on the YouTube VOD that the last when we fought the local legend, A's burst, when you pull out her burst, she was hitting for 73,000 damage when you pull the sword out. Excuse me. Ah. My nose. Okay. Oh my gosh, that is a crazy 4-piece set. What's this one as well? Unfinished Reverie. After in combat 3 seconds, damage result increases by 50. Whoa! In combat, if no burning opponents nearby, this damage bonus will decrease by 10% per second until we reach 0. Huh. Interesting. So it's got to be harmonic whiskey, fragment of harmonic whiskey, Whimsy must be the one that's. This must be Arla's, correct? Excuse me. Free vehicle for character. Because TPC Pat, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I will go to that domain eventually. Also, I want to build my official eventually as well, like in the relative near future. And now I have access to Golden Troop as well, which is going to be good for official. Because right now, official has still been rocking. Official has only been on a Thundering Fury since I got her. Wave Rider over here I can open. Others for Emily, but can be used on any DPS if you trigger burning. Melt Ganyu, Pyro DPS, can you... Okay. Whoa, dig! I digged it!
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
I love her voice so much. Man, after hearing that horrible story that Lenny just told, I have even more respect for this character. Ancient piece of paper. Wait, what? Ancient piece of paper? Having reached the island of pouring pearls, facing the heart of the mountains, seeking the eye of the springs, reached the corner's apex. Giuliano, an ordinary villager. What? All right, where else do I need to go? I have 73 resin right now. I could use some more talent materials for her. Actually, frankly, right now, that might be what I need more than anything is talent materials for the most near future right now. Maybe I go back to that domain real quick. Could also just wander around and get some more, oh wait, is it still, oh it is still Sunday. Sunday. Yeah, order is still, it's still this domain's day. Let me go make some resin, and I'll do one at that domain. What am I doing? I got fragile as well. Oh, I've got fragile. I got fragile from the fragile. I don't know if next stream will be Act 2. I think next stream might be... There's so much to explore around here, and I really want to explore this area. This is such a gorgeous region. So maybe... maybe tomorrow, Monday, will be more exploration. Yeah, let me go make some resin real quick. Ooh, one last crown, and your Arkun's Arle will be triple crowned. Thanks for stopping by, Garrett. Appreciate you. Have a good sleepy. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then let's just keep on going. I know this is a long VOD, but let's just keep on going. I'm good if you're good. So I'll use the restroom real quick, and then I'll be right back. Give me just 1 sec. Okay, let me make one condensed and then run over to Arle's talent domain. This one. Boop. How are you guys liking the Udidori Festival is the one going on right now, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, these three. Or these four. Mikawa Festival. How you guys liking it? Very fun? You guys also said that the there's not a lot of spoilers in it either, so that's going to be a safe one for me to do. Isn't also New Girl's Story Quest also pretty much spoiler free? I've already spent a bit of time in this domain.
Shine down. I see everything.
Come on, you're almost there. There you go. Bursting at the end of the fight. Choom. Condensed. Boop, boop. Act 1 has no spoilers, though it has a lot of references to the past. Ugh, gotcha. Leave. Leave. Arle's level 70, so I'm back. I'm gonna soon be back on the train of looking for people to co-op her boss with. What world quest is it that unlocks that boss? And how close to the start of that quest does the boss unlock? You guys said that that boss actually unlocks relatively close to the start of that quest. The legless goblins. Oh, the petrichor one. Oh. I have been enjoying fighting it with you guys, though. Like 10 minutes into it. Oh. Interesting. Huh. That might be worth... That might be worth doing... I don't want to open up another quest that I just don't finish. Like, open up another quest and quest unlocks the area where you can fight it. Interesting. Interstern. I am right now I'm enjoying we'll start that quest when I want to start the quest, because right now I've been enjoying fighting the boss with you guys. Look at this guy. Co-op is also safer, yeah. Oh wait, over here. There's a guy in the sand over here. Sand boy is over here. Oh, this way. I was getting I think it was a thumbnail that I was getting over here. Yeah, I took a thumbnail right here and then I turned around and I was like, what the f Oh, I gotta defeat these bros first? They're not even aggroed on me. Yeah, they are.
Quiet now. Illusion shattered.
Ow! That's my shogun! Thank you so much. You're my saviors. I, Henry, will never forget your kindness. Let's focus on a more important matter. Paimon's curious how you ended up here. Ah, those crabs must have been attracted here by your aroma of roast chicken. Paimon is attracted here by that too. No, that's different. Those crabs were probably choosing between me and the roast chicken as a starter. Just the thought that they might have chosen the fresh starter gives me chills. Sounds about right. The fresher the better. Hey, Paimon was asking about Henry, not the crabs. Who else would be buried in the ground? So, do you need help? Naturally. No. Do not help me out. Well, okay. We heard you loud and clear. Let's go. No, wait, please. Huh? What's up? Here's the thing. Please listen to me carefully. This is a brand new beauty fad. You don't need to shout. Paimon's ears hurt. Worry not. I'm a perfectly sane person. I'm adopting a beauty practice that is scientific and healthy, which is why I bury myself in the moist sands with my own hands. Please leave. Do not block my sunlight, even though it's currently night. Let's go? Since you're curious, then you leave me with no choice but to explain the magic of this skincare treatment. The clam worms in the sand can clear the, so loud. What's up with this person? Paimon can't understand his words at all. This is really weird. Is that so? What do you think? Let's check the vicinity first. Are you leaving? Yes, we'll look around and come back later. Okay, off you go.
Hey.
Oh, we're not in Sumeru, forgot. Speaking of which, why is there a roast chicken here? Looks like there isn't any sand stuck to it either. What? had so many questions too, don't worry. Oculus up here. Did Henry bury yourself with a shovel then? Fontaine sure are a strange bunch. Sealy. Looks like a strange machine, and it's broken too. What else? What else? Who else wants some? Is the first thing to investigate just him? I'm still in the circle. Oh, what the? Why are there two bros over here? Hey! I was nowhere even close to you!
Shine down!
Is it these bros up here? Hunter and Turner? He's waiting for Arlecchino to... Is it these two guys? They're in the circle. Hunter. The models in this region are also very, very, very good.
Hello.
Hey, don't leave Paimon in this awkward silence. Hello. What a beautiful day. How about the person over there? What person? I don't know the person you're talking about. I don't know the person you're talking about. We're just taking a walk. Yes, that's right. We're taking a walk taken by us, two totally ordinary people. They're aliens. What a beautiful day, and what wonderful thing walking is, don't you think? Taking a walk is totally normal. I'm sure you understand. What are you guys even talking about? Did you hear someone calling for help? A man is buried over there and almost got eaten by crabs. What? There's something like that happened where we take walks? Oh, on such a beautiful day? If he gets eaten by crabs, that'll be really funny. I mean, a real pity. Shame, we won't let this happen. I mean, we can't let this happen. If we run into something like this during our walks, we will not be bystanders. I mean, if. What are you guys doing here? Taking a walk. Like we said, taking a walk. A walk taken by us. Us humans. We humans who take walks. You really didn't notice anything weird? No, not at all. Yeah, not at all. Except that you two are interrupting our walk that we take as humans who walk. Taking walks is very personal. We do not like being interrupted. We suggest that you find a good place for walks. The Fountain of Lucine, for example, for instance, is a pretty good place. This is where he turns the Paimon voice. This is where we take walks. I mean, where we feel the nature. That's why we don't want to be interrupted. Goodbye. Weird. This place is weird. doubt me? I buried myself with my own very hands. This is the latest beauty trend. This is not the same voice I used for this guy 5 minutes ago. Any thoughts? Crabs. Almost ate Henry's head or the roast chicken. Crabs. No, that can't be it. Crabs. Crabs. Roast chicken. No, that can't be it. Crabs and chicken. Crabs are not chickens. Nearby shovel. How do you manage to bury yourself like that? The latest beauty fad and a weird beauty and a very weird attitude. Why'd I have to scream and shout? Shout to be heard. Did he shout so people other than us could hear him? Speaking of such people, they are probably... I was always horrible at these. The Walker duo? No, that can't be it. Roast chicken? Burying roast chicken? I see. He tried to bury the roast chicken with his shovel, but ended up getting buried by crabs instead. No, that can't be it. But if the Walker duo and the beauty treatment and the nearby shovel, I bet that the shovel... What the hell is the answer? Chicken. Shout that people can be heard. Cancel association. Shout so you can be heard burying roast chicken. What am I associating? Crabs? The Walker duo? He's fearful of the Walker duo. He's asking for our help because he's scared of the Walker duo. So the reason why the Walker duo makes Henry scared is... because of... crabs. Because of the beauty treatment? It's because of the chicken? It's because of the burying roast chicken? It's because he can shout? Henry, why is it just opening up more? Henry was buried here. They were the ones who buried Henry. It must be. It must be the crabs. What is this quest even? I have done nothing. I swear this is the latest beauty trend. When did you? We are taking a walk. Taking walks is a form of exercise. Exercise involves movement. Movement is what brought us here. Did you do this? So what if... Oh, Hunter, I remember now. Take a good look at him. That's the person he told us not to mess with. Right. What are you whispering about? Nothing. We are just taking a walk. That's right. We are taking a walk. If there's nothing else, we'll... keep walking and walk to other places. Wait, don't you have anything scary? Don't you have to do anything scary to me anymore? The lesson has been learned, if you know what I mean. What lesson? Nothing. I mean, roast chicken is dangerous. It invites trouble. See it as a valuable lesson. Let's go. But roast chicken is bored. Forget the roast chicken. We should continue our walk. Well, that's sunny to treat us to roast chicken next time. Thank you so much. I knew you wouldn't understand one damn thing that just happened in front of me. Seems like exactly what Connery said. Let's help Henry out. But taking you out is a really exhausting job, so Paimon will take the roast as payment. Huh? All right, fine. Take the barrel off of him? There was a barrel on him? You started enjoying the delicious... No, the chicken wasn't sandy. We enjoy the delicious chicken roast. Henry seems like he's about to drool, but he holds back the desire to have to share it and to keep his promise and maintain his dignity. However, seeing Henry is trying really hard to look unaffected, Paimon offers to share the roast chicken with Henry. The chicken is crispy on the outside and gives an irresistible oily aroma. Yum, yum. What? Freedom! Ah, the sweet taste of freedom! Though not as satisfying as roast chicken, freedom sure is sweet. So what does the board you're holding stand for? This, it represents protest, of course. Against what? Against what? What is happening? How should I put this? They are the ones who buried me. They did it to stop me from working hard, which is why I want to protest. Wait, why do you want to start working hard? Can you keep a secret? Of course, your secrets are safe with Paimon. Brain rot Genshin quests. The crabs against the crabs. Then yours is safe. Yours are safe with me too. But I'm afraid I can't tell. Hey, are you making fun of Paimon? Let's talk about something else. Literally anything else. Okay, what's with the barrel you were wearing? Is that a form of protest as well? That I don't know. Before they buried me, they put this barrel on me. A deed born of their own twisted tastes, I'd wager. And why did you end up buried by them? Because they're terrible, terrible people. They just grabbed me for no reason at all and buried me in the sand. They wanted me dead. No reason at all, huh? Really? Of course. Don't you see? I was literally buried in the sand. If they didn't want me dead, why else would they do it? That makes perfect sense. What do you think? Oh my... Crabs. It must be the crabs. Henry almost ate Henry's head or the roast chicken. The crabs are associated with the roast chicken and the broken machine and the barrel on the body. The barrel on the body. The barrel that Walker duo put around Henry's chest before he was buried. A machine with an unclear purpose. Seems like it's no longer functioning. Is it related to the situation here? The chicken is crispy on the outside and gives out an irresistible oily aroma. Yum, yum. Under such circumstances, the barrel prevents the sand from applying pressure to the chest so that Henry would not be suffocated, which is to say, the Walker duo did not want to kill him, so their true intention was crabs! I have a question. Those of you who did this quest, do I eventually understand what is going on? Because at the moment, like, no, not at all. What am I on right now? Okay, cancel association. Okay. Roast chicken is truly mouth-watering. Buried safely, associate with the barrel on the body. The crabs are truly mouth-watering. What am I supposed to associate? The barrel on the body is clearly associated. Henry was buried so he couldn't eat it. Though it feels kind of weird, the roast chicken was placed in front of him because... I don't understand. Why? Why? If it were a pieman, she might have fallen for that. Submit conclusion. What am I even on right now? Buried safely, cancel association. This. Wait. Use the chicken is truly mouth-watering. I'm You figured it out. Which one am I even on right now? Crabs. Used to catch crabs. The Walker duo wanted to use Henry to attract crabs. Because crabs roast chicken. Which one am I even associate with? So it was the crabs. Lesson? They mentioned lesson before leaving. It seems like they wanted to teach Henry a lesson by burying him in the sand and letting him see the roast chicken that he couldn't reach. But why? Truly, Ether. Why? That's my only question right now. Why? Associate lesson with... They wanted to say... They said that's the lesson. The lesson. Associate the lesson with... the broken machine? Why is there more popping up? Judging from the clues on the scene, the reason should only be this. So he didn't intend to kill me at all. You guys are really observant. That's right, I was the one who broke the machine. Why did you break the machine? Why indeed? A long time ago, I lived a poor and miserable life. I was really depressed. Then I met a guy who gave me that healthy drink that lifted my spirits. He was really kind to me, so I wanted to pay him back for his kindness. One day, I had my chance. He introduced me to some very rich people and asked me to help them. All I did was menial work, such as collecting mechanical parts that belonged to the Fontaine Research Institute. The research people paid me a pretty sum for these chores. Whoa, sounds pretty awesome. Right? This time, they asked me to find this strange machine, take the core out, deliver the core to them. I can repay both my bro, and make some money. I've got to give it my all. But those terrible people, perhaps they hated seeing me work hard to change my life for the better. They interfered with my work and warned me against delivering the precision components to my employers. But I wouldn't let them win. I took the job and protested against their behavior. As a result, like you said, I was taught a lesson. Oh, poor you, but this job of yours really is so well paid? Of course, this is one of the reasons why I didn't want to tell you why I'm protesting. However, since you saved my life, not so much saving your life, I mean... I also thought that since you two are really observant, I might as well just tell you the truth. You can see it as a collaboration. Such strange machines have been deployed above ground and underwater. It's easy to spot such machines. They all produce peculiar light around them. Handle it for me and bring me a specific core inside it. There should be 7 in total. After it's done, we'll split the earnings 50-50. Deal? I'll take 70 of the earnings and 20 must be paid in advance. Fine, but I really can't give it to you in advance. I'm still waiting for everything to be done so that I can get paid. But what do these machines do? They destroy the environment. These machines are evil stuff. Destroy how? How am I gonna know? I'm not a member of the Fontaine Research Institute. Anomalies have already occurred, so it has to be hazardous to the environment. Well, that sounds reasonable. Every time we see any supernatural environment in our adventure, there's bound to be some trouble that we have to deal with. Why don't we help? Great, it's settled then. Bring me 7 cores Core. Give me seven pieces of corn. I don't care. Let's become rich. It's the crabs. It's always the crabs. Wow, A is kind of short, isn't she? Okay. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
This is order.
That didn't even kill it.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Wait, there's an act 2? Oh man, that's crazy. That's wild. Anyways, there's more teleports underwater we can unlock. Whoa! When did I get this teleport? Hello. You know what else is underwater? Crabs! Sorry, I probably just blew out the microphone. I need a drink after that. Arle. And you know what, Lynette? You can come along too, because you can dolphin out of the water.
Is it time for a magic show?
Teleport right there, teleport. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes, which is fitting. I think we call it for tonight. I think that's enough. Man, Hoyo really loaded up that cocaine choo-choo train on that day. How did we go from solving a murder into crab conspiracy? How indeed. Okay, the next act 2 is over here. Let me teleport over here, trying to avoid that part of the city. I'm not sure what we just experienced, but we're going to leave it there. I have more keys I can unlock. Okay. Okay, cool. It's at that restaurant. Sweet. That makes it a lot easier to avoid that place, actually. I think that does it for today. Oh, I'm almost all the way back to 40 resin as well. Excuse me. All right. How long did that whole interaction with the guy in the sand last? How long was that? 17 hours? Thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you. The reception and the comments on the previous video was very supportive for me monetizing the YouTube. So that might be something that, are you guys getting ads on the YouTube videos already? Because I know sometimes like YouTube will play ads on the videos, even if your channel isn't monetized. But don't notice any. Okay, that might be something that starts to happen. If I can control it, I will have as few ads as possible, because I genuinely, as I said last stream, I really don't want ads interrupting the experience. I don't want to make the experience bad for you guys. So if I can, I'll make it just at the very beginning, at the very end. But I'll update that more tomorrow, and tomorrow we will continue Fontaine. I think more exploration tomorrow, and yeah. So thanks everyone for stopping by. Thank you again Renee for the raid as well. Any raiders who are still here, thank you for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. And let's get some nuts to round this one out. And I will see all of you tomorrow. I think tomorrow might be an evening stream again, though I will make the final decision on the Discord, which is linked in my panels and my about, as always. So thanks again, everyone. Appreciate you all, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.